I would like to announce that a quorum is present, the meeting is duly called, and a notice of the meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. The time is 5 p.m. The following board members are in attendance: Jenny Prosnick, Catherine Sells, Paige Dixon, Allison Lasan, Dr. Stacy Barker, Dr. Sheila Taylor, and Madison Lopez. We will now convene into closed session as authorized by Texas Government Code Section 551, specifically 551.071 and 021. The time is 5 p.m. We are back on the record in open session, having returned from closed session. The time is now 5:40 p.m. Does any board member have a motion regarding the Level 3 grievance? Ms. Sells.
Madam President, I move that the board deny the grievance and direct the administration to immediately review the discipline if circumstances change.
Do I have a second? Ms. Prosnick. All those in favor? And Dr. Taylor, are you abstaining?
Yes.
You're abstaining?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's 6 yeses and 1 abstention. The motion carries. Thank you all for your cooperation. This grievance matter is concluded. Okay. Flipping pages here. All right, we will now move into closed session as authorized by Texas Government Code, Section 551, specifically 551.071, 072, 074, and 089. The time is 5:41 p.m. We will now convene into open session. The time is 7:05 p.m. Please join us in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge. Welcome to all. The Lewisville ISD Board of Trustees meets monthly to receive reports from staff and take action on recommendations from the superintendent. The board receives the agenda and all supporting documentation 10 days in advance of these regular meetings, which allows us to ask questions and receive answers to many of our questions. The board also meets in regularly scheduled workshops and work sessions where staff discussions and presentations are given for many of the agenda items. This protocol means lengthy discussion or a litany of questions on every agenda item is often not necessary, and as a board, we should have appropriate knowledge and preparation for responses regarding the content of our meeting tonight. All right, the first item that we have on the agenda tonight is the principal of Durham Middle School. Would someone like to make a motion? Ms. Dixon.
Madam President, I move that the board approve John Engel, principal of Durham Middle School.
Do I have a second? Ms. Lopez. All right, all those in favor? All right, motion passes 7-0. Congratulations. Mr. Engel, would you come on up and bring your family with you? I don't know, I'm trying to keep.
I just want to say thank you. I'm so excited to be here in Lewisville. What a great school district and great people. Can't wait to get to work with part of the community. Best part of my family is my mother, bunch of Sandra, and my daughter's got these soon. So again, I'm so excited to be part of the community. Thank you for that opportunity.
You'll discover we have to take photos
Okay, and as they clear away, now we're going to move on to the principal of Flower Mound High School. Would someone like to make a motion? Dr. Barker?
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the board approves Shannon Knowles, principal of Flower Mound High School.
Do I have... Do I have a second? Dr. Taylor. All right. All those in favor? Okay, motion carries 7-0. Okay. While everyone's clearing out here, we're going to have Ms. Dixon present this month's Recognize Someone.
I do it? Thank you, Madam President. A parent shared about Ms. Grogan at Hebron Valley Elementary School. Ms. Grogan has been instrumental in supporting our daughter's academic success this year. She constantly provides the structure, guidance, and individualized attention needed to build strong foundational skills. Her responsiveness and commitment ensure our daughter stay on track and continues to progress with confidence. We appreciate her professionalism and dedication to student achievement. Congratulations, Ms. Grogan. A parent shared about Mr. Irby at Huffines Middle School. Thank you for always providing a safe space for your students on both their good and their bad days. You are an excellent teacher, and I appreciate how you keep your middle school students truly engaged in class. I am confident that every student feels safe and happy when they walk into your room. Congratulations, Mr. Irby.
Thank you, Ms. Dixon. Now we're going to move on to recognitions and student spotlight. Tonight, we will begin our recognitions and student spotlight by honoring this year's retirees. Together, our 25-26 retirees bring an incredible 3,700 plus years of dedicated service to education. We extend our sincere gratitude for their years of dedicated service and the lasting impact they have made on our students, staff, and community.
Okay, good evening. I'm going to start with Kelly Ariola, Marie Bell, Kathy Brock, Susan Kiaki, Michael Cole, Dee Collinsworth, Russell Cody, Michelle Emmett, Rachel Flightman, Jackie Galubensky, Jane Germany, Rebecca Hanna, Rebecca Ingram, Angela Jackson, Jeffrey Kosh, Marianne Cavance, Janine Lloyd, Casey Melton, Royce Meyer, Robin Mitzdarfer, Lori Mowell, Victor Munoz, Sadie Nowak, Nia Page, Linda Peterson, Anna Rainwater, Laura Reed, Rhonda Reinacher, Marla Rodriguez Mesa, Sherry Smith, Corey Thompson, Julia Walters, and last but not least, Robert Paul. Ladies and gentlemen, please help us congratulate our 2025-2026 retirees. Okay, good. I'm not saying that. Yes, thank you for your help.
Students from across the district earned top honors at the 2026 UIL State Theatrical Design Contest. This year's contest challenged students to develop original production concepts for the King Stag, with the unique requirement of incorporating traditional wedding day elements, something new, something borrowed, and something blue, into their designs. Lewisville High School delivered an outstanding performance, earning a second-place state finish in set design. And Hebron High School's talented design team captured a brilliant third-place finish in group design. Congratulations!
Yes, summer vacation, but thank y'all for being here. Let's scoot over this way so we can all take pictures and get y'all all together. Principals, yes. Chaos tonight, yes, but all good reasons. There we go. Come on. Okay. Thank y'all for being here. Proud of you.
Two outstanding athletes had a fantastic showing at this year's state track and field meet. Adeline Bennett from Flower Mound High School captured the state gold medal in the 1600-meter run, crossing the finish line with an incredible time of 4 minutes and 49 seconds. Over in the field events, Hebron High School's Chloe Barber earned a state bronze medal in the discus with a throw of 47.01 meters. What an incredible season for these two student athletes.
Are we having parents in the audience? Proud parents, yes? Good job. Good job. Thank y'all so much. Thank you.
The Hebron High School esports program has pulled off a recent championship sweep. At the undisputed esports state championships, the varsity Overwatch 2 team captured the state title. The Hawks then dominated the Texas Esports Conference Finals in San Antonio, taking home state trophies in both Overwatch and Rocket League. The program's individual dominance shined as well, with 5 different Hawks earning elite all-state selections for their outstanding play this season. Topping it off, Coach Phillips was named the State Coach of the Year, and Hebron Esports was named Program of the Year. Nicely done, Hawks.
Any proud parents in the audience? You want to look that one? Okay, we appreciate your parents.
Students from Hebron, Marcus, and Flower Mound High Schools recently earned top honors at the UIL Academic State Meet. Hebron High School took home 3rd place in number sense, alongside a top scorer finish in biology. Marcus High School also earned elite status with the state's top scorer in physics. With a school record of 171 points, Flower Mound High School captured its first overall academic state championship in school history. Flower Mound secured individual state titles in accounting, editorial writing, and mathematics, followed by state silver medals in informative speaking and Lincoln Douglas debate, and a bronze medal in accounting. To top it all off, Flower Mound earned 2nd place in journalism and captured state championships in both the speech and the accounting team events. Brilliant work, everyone.
Hi, I'm Ryan Woodward, and this is Aditya Zanzaria.
Good job, parents.
All right, these are members of the Flower Mound UIL State Champion academic team. Starting on my left, your right, is senior Anirudh Subramanian, gold medalist in editorial writing. Next to him is Samin Subah. They combined to be the silver medalists in journalism. Next to her is Joshua Rasalam, a finalist in persuasive speaking. Next to him is Gugana Lachapatula, who was a two-time medalist. She was the silver medalist in Lincoln Douglas and the fourth place medalist in informative speaking. Dr. Varghese is going to introduce the accounting people.
We had a bronze medalist, Ishan Chadha, and our gold went to Hope Robinson. And then as a team, the team also finished first with the gold.
The Flower Mound High School softball team put together a phenomenal run this year, culminating in a thrilling trip to the state championship tournament where they secured third place in Texas. Ranked 23rd in the state by Max Preps, the Jaguars finished second in district play with an impressive 12-2 record, capturing 28 total victories this season. Congratulations, Jags!
Thanks for coming out. My name is Coach Lariba, and this is the softball team. I have Coach Minnick, Coach Blair, Coach Burkhart, part of the coaching crew. We had a great 2-year run, state semis 2 years in a row, and I think we grew a lot as a team, and I'm very proud of the seniors and what these girls have accomplished.
All right, next on the agenda is the superintendent update. Dr. Rapp.
Madam President, members of the board, I'm pleased to bring you my update for this evening. Of course, we have so many celebrations with which to celebrate. Some we just saw here tonight. We've been celebrating all year long at every board meeting, but I'm just going to run down a few things as we close out the 25-26 school year. So another celebration that many of you are a part of each year, we have a wonderful Job Olympics where students who are in our special education programs get to come show us what they've learned. I'm so proud of our special ed team and their leadership, and they really set a standard for the state. We have many other districts that come visit us to see how we run Job Olympics, and I'm so proud of that. So I see Miss Tina Clark sitting over there. Please share our thanks to the great special education team that organizes that every single year. We also celebrated, many of you were there as well, career signings at Tech West, where our students were signing on to companies right before they graduated from high school. It was a great event, so proud of Mr. Gilbreth and the team at Tech West and all of our partners between Tech East and Tech West that hire Lewisville ISD students right as they're graduating. One of our students that signed on with the company that day was one of the youngest students in the entire country with the most certifications for welding. It was really, really impressive. So the company that got that young man is, wow, they are getting an impressive student. But truly, every single one of these, and this is just a few of the pictures that you see on the screen, the careers that these students are ready to have because of the education that's provided in LISD is, there's nobody else in our footprint that provides this level of career education, and we're so very proud of it. What a great way to celebrate and finish out the year. And then, of course, we had our Knight High School graduation. We had our Collegiate Academy graduates, cohort 6, I believe, of the Collegiate Academy. We were all there to shake hands, and we saw the Collegiate Academy students at the Colony High School wear those gold stoles, which we love. Dr. Baxter has all the Collegiate Academy students stand up at that graduation. You see all those gold stoles, and it's so impressive. We appreciate Collin College, but truly, I would also say to all of you this evening, we have dual credit at every single one of our high schools. While it may not be that it's packaged in a way like it is at the Colony for an associate's degree, all of our students at all 5 of our high schools, thanks to our partnerships with NCTC and Collin College, can earn a lot of dual credit hours before they graduate. And we're so thankful to our college partners for making that possible for our students as well. And then our big Super Bowl, as I've heard Ms. Prosnick call it a few times. We graduated 4,081 students over 2 days. We have one of the highest graduation rates in the region and the state. I'm very proud of that and proud of all the work that goes into those pictures that you see on the screen from pre-K to 12. And the other thing, you know, when you think about that, we're the 18th largest school district in the state of Texas. So what we're doing here sets a standard for the state. And this number of graduates, we celebrated one of the highest attendance rates in the state of Texas this last school year. Very proud of what we do in the Lewisville ISD, and it was 2 wonderful days of graduation. So proud of our principals and everybody behind the scenes that you see, many of them on this slide there that I took pictures with, from parking to safety and security to the graduation experience. So very thankful for all of their work to make those 2 days flow so smoothly. I've already been visiting our summer locations that are providing learning this summer, very busy around the district. I went to a Spanish camp that's being hosted at Independence Elementary with students from all over the district, and also got to talk to some teachers who are doing curriculum writing this summer. So the summer is a very busy time for educators, and a lot of work is going on to get ready for the 26-27 school year, and I'm so proud of that. But my favorite stop last week was probably to Lily Jackson to check out our littlest learners who are learning. I know Miss Bell, I see you back there all excited, who are spending some of their time learning this summer too. And I'm so appreciative for our learning and teaching department and the work that they do to organize learning for our littlest learners each school year. And then, of course, one of the other celebrations that we had, we went to the Gaylord and we celebrated with our Project Search students that are in our Project Search program with special education. We got to see firsthand how the Gaylord is providing them real-life work experiences, and some of them will go on to work at the Gaylord, some of them will go on to other jobs, but that was just great to see that partnership in action. I awarded our Collin College scholarship to the Colony High School student this year. Collin College is just such a great partner to award a scholarship. We go back and forth between the Hebron and the Colony for those scholarships every single year. Many of us attended the Tech East Architecture exhibition, watching what our architecture students had produced and what schools they were going to go to. There was many Texas Tech attendees, which I enjoy seeing all the universities, but the Red Raiders for sure, near and dear to my heart. And then we celebrated our Senior Hawk Awards and TCHS Top 10, just our students as we close out with the class of 26. A lot of celebrations, a lot of scholarship money earned, a lot of careers ready to be signed on. It's been a great end to the 25-26 school year. You heard a PTA update from Carrie Baker, who is your outgoing LISD Council of PTA's president. Leslie Gooding is your incoming council president. We're excited for Leslie and so appreciative for Carrie Baker and her leadership over these last 2 years. Carrie and I will be presenting a session this summer at launch about our principal commitments that we have worked on together, and just again appreciate our PTA also sets a standard for the state of Texas. And so proud of them for their Advocacy Impact Award, and of course Carrie shared that in the update with you all. You don't have to have a kid in schools to join the PTA. And so I encourage all of us in our community to join the PTA, be there for our schools, be there for our kids, and you can make the 26-27 school year a great day for kids in this district every day. Then my update on my monthly newsletters for my superintendent newsletter click rate, it's at 8.05%, still above the industry rate. May 2026, the rapport message with the community, the most clicked links were the bond projects and the academic calendar. For staff, the wrap-up, the most clicked links were compensation, Project Rise, and our academic calendar. I also would be remiss if I didn't mention our student meals that are available, free summer meals. This summer, we have different locations all over the district. Of course, we've put out a lot of social media about that as well. We'd love for everybody to spread the word. Our tally for student meals in 25-26, we served 1.3 million breakfast. We served 3.6 million lunch, over 51,000 snacks, over 93,000 dinner, over 923,000 a la carte meals, for a total of 5.9 million food service experiences happening in the school district. And we know how much our families count on that. Very proud of our child nutrition team and the work that they do. All right, so it's going to be time to switch gears to 26-27. I hope all those class of 27 families are getting ready. The Back to School website will go live the week of July 27th. Skyward is currently down as we transition and upgrade to the Skyward cumulative system, but parents can still be able to access things they need or reach out to their campus as well. Enrollment is expected to reopen July 13th. Family access and back to school forms are expected to open on August the 3rd, but our families will see a different user experience for Skyward when it comes time to start the 26-27 school year. And then board, I know we'll be working together to prepare for the 90th legislative session. That begins in January of 27. We'll be working this fall in preparation for that session, as there's still a long way to go with support of public education. So I encourage all of us in the audience and online to please never let your voice rest. Your public schools need your advocacy and they need your support, and our elected officials need to hear from you. Thank you, board, for a great 25-26 school year, and we're looking forward to an even better 26-27.
All right, thank you, Dr. Rapp. Public comments are next on the agenda. Those who wish to speak at a board meeting often expect a dialogue with the Board of Trustees. However, in accordance with Texas law, the board is not able to respond directly to comments or questions posed by speakers. Texas law also does not allow the board to discuss or take action on any issue presented during the public forum unless the item has already been posted for action on the meeting agenda. Each speaker will receive a written follow-up from the district in the next 3 business days. The board and district administration welcomes and values the feedback shared during this time of the meeting, and we are grateful for the continued partnership between LISD and the families and communities we serve. The first part of our speakers will be the Lewisville ISD stakeholders, meeting current students, parents, employees, and residents of Lewisville ISD will have up to 3 minutes for their presentation. And so for each speaker, as I call your name, if you would please state your name and your address. And the first speaker tonight is Jackie Shaw.
Hello. I am asked to speak to read a letter from our very own Secretary of State, Ms. Jane Nelson. She sends her regrets that she could not join us in person tonight. Dear Madam President and members of the Board of Trustees, I am honored to write in support of Ms. Vernell Greggs as the namesake for a new elementary school in Lewisville Independent School District. As you know, Mrs. Greggs is a career public educator and an outstanding volunteer who served on the District Board of Trustees for many years. She has had a significant positive impact on the lives of many students by preparing them to get ready for a positive impact citizens and future leaders. Mrs. Greggs is a gold standard for educators and public servants. As the first African American to be elected to the board and then on to serve as president, she inspires our community and leads by example. She continues to be a respectable force for positive influence. As a fellow educator and a former member of the Texas Board of Education, the Texas Senate, and as Texas Secretary of State, I am proud to know Vernell Greggs, and I am grateful for the many contributions. A school bearing her name is the most appropriate, expected of gratitude for her contributions to Lewisville Independent School District. I appreciate your considerance and your service as board members, as members of the Board of Trustees. Sincerely, Jane Nelson, Texas Secretary of State. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. The next person on the list is T. Ron Hicks.
Good evening. I bring you greetings from not only the community, but from my heart. There's a question, why should we change the name from Mill Street Elementary to Vernell Gregg Education Center? My question to you is, why not? This young lady has been a teacher, a mother, a trailblazer, one of a kind. And the unique thing about Ms. Gregg is that all of our children mattered. We can go on and on and on about what she has done, but in reference to what she is still doing. Her impact is changing lives, not only in our community, but outside of Lewisville, Texas, but this great country of ours. I think, and not only myself, but as the community as a whole, we're asking you, pleading with you, and hope that you will do what we feel would be an honorable thing to share with this woman's legacy of what she has done for our community. I could go on and on and on, but I've got a 3-minute limit. But I'm going to leave you with this. Ask yourself, what can I do to make this community better? And the answer should be, bless our community, bless Vernell Gregg by changing the name. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Mr. Hicks. Our next speaker is Ray Bowens.
Good evening to our president, to the trustees, to the superintendent, and to the LISD community. My name is Ray Bowens, and I'm a resident of Flower Mound. I am honored to support the renaming of Mill Street Elementary School to Vernell Gregg Learning Center. Tonight we have an opportunity to recognize a woman whose life has been dedicated to education, service, leadership, and the success of children. Vernell Gregg has served Lewisville LISD with distinction, both as an educator and a trustee. Throughout her years of service, she has demonstrated an unwavering commitment to ensuring that every student have an opportunity to learn, grow, and to achieve the fullest potential. Renaming this school in her honor would be more than just recognize her accomplishments, but it would provide future generation of students with a powerful example of servant leadership, preservation, excellence. Every child who walks through those doors would be reminded that one person make a lasting difference in the lives of others through the dedication of service. The name Vernell Gregg Learning Academy would stand out as a living legacy honored for her contribution while inspiring students to become leaders, learners, and community service. I respectfully urge that the board would approve the renaming of the school to Vernell Gregg Learning Center. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bowens. Next up is Cassie Whitley.
I really don't need this, but anyway, good evening to everyone, superintendent, and to you other beautiful ladies. My name is Cassie Whitley. I reside at 228 Ash Street in Old Town, and over where the school should be named, we should rename Mill Street to Miss Vernell Gregg. Miss Vernell Gregg is very special to us because back when my son was in high school, she went with me to talk to a lot of one of his teachers. And she said they wanted to do something with him, and she go, "Oh, it's nothing wrong with him. He's just lazy." And so I just mean, she just means so much to us, and she just helped everybody. She paved the way for a lot of the teachers. They have become principals. The main thing is a principal at all these schools. It's just it's just good to see what following behind her means to us in the community of Lewisville, and it will be a great honor to rename that school after her. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Whitley. Next up is Commissioner Bobby Mitchell.
I'm going to let this down a little bit, Ray. Good evening to our school board president and all the board members and our superintendent and all this present here. I'm here to talk about Vernell Gregg, who served in the Lewisville School District for over 2 decades. See, I met Ms. Gregg back in the 90s when she was teaching at DeLay. And one of the things that stood out with me to Ms. Gregg, is that when I went to talk to her students, I was on the Lewisville City Council, I went to talk to her students, and she was carrying her stuff from room to room on a tray, a file on a tray. And at that time, we were talking about putting AstroTurf at the Lewisville High School. So she would go to the school board and say, when teachers are having to put their work on a file tray and carry it from room to room, first thing we need to think about is making sure that the teachers have a classroom of their own. And from then on, I worked with Ms. Gregg in many, many things. She not only worked in the school district to make the school district better, serving on the board, but see, Ms. Gregg took care of the community. And maybe you all don't know, there were some kids that were in the Lewisville community that didn't have food to eat, clothes to wear, or didn't have a way to get an education. And Ms. Gregg made sure that that was done. Yes, she was the first black school board member, but that's beside the point. I'll be glad when we don't have to say the first black anything, that we can just say a school board member. Ms. Gregg was an avid support of this school district. She knew that kids didn't just need, and I'm going to show my age, reading, writing, and arithmetic. She knew that they needed some arts in there, some band. She knew that they needed some symphony. She knew that they needed a way to make sure that they could go forward in their school district. Ms. Gregg was a type of person, and you know what? She didn't sit down on what she knew either. She kept going forward to making sure that she completed her education so she could talk to the kids. I was really impressed about the AVID program that Ms. Gregg made sure that we had. A nonprofit educational program that focused on closing opportunity gaps and improving college and career readiness, particularly for students who are traditionally underrepresented in higher education, including first-generation college students and long-term English language learners. And Dr. Rapp, you talked about having the kids can get a degree and before they go to college before they got out of high school. Ms. Gregg was avid to make sure that our students were well trained when they got ready to go to college. And I'm sorry my time is up. I wish y'all would please consider renaming the school to Vernell Gregg Learning Center. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mitchell. All right, next up is Sophie Huang. And Sophie, if you would please pronounce your last name for me, since I maybe didn't do that right.
Yeah, no, you're good. My last name is Huang, Sophie Huang.
Huang. Okay, thank you.
Of course. Okay. Good evening, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Sophie Huang, and I'm a junior in high school. Artificial intelligence is rapidly transforming education, and thousands of students are using it every single day. However, many of them are doing so in ways that cross the line into academic dishonesty. Recent research shows that 63% of teachers have caught students misusing AI tools. At the same time, 72% of students say they want more guidance on how to use AI effectively and ethically. That gap is what motivated my friends and I to create a platform with the goal of encouraging and empowering students to use AI responsibly. Our nonprofit is called AI Smart, which stands for Students Mastering AI Responsibly Together. We created a research-based website, learnaismart.org, that features student-friendly articles on topics such as ethical AI use, effective prompting, the future career impacts of AI, and how to avoid risks like AI hallucinations, biases, and deepfakes. We have also hosted interactive presentations and workshops at local public libraries and student organizations, such as the Youth Entrepreneur Society, the Young Men's Service League, and the McKinney STEAM Academy SWE Next Club. Our sessions cover topics such as the importance of responsible AI use, how to apply smarter prompting principles, using AI to research and brainstorm, citing AI, and how to avoid pitfalls like over-reliance and misinformation. To make these concepts practical, we developed frameworks like the ABLE Principles for Effective Prompting, which stands for Audience, Boundaries, Layout, and Ethics, and the Fact-Check Method for Evaluating AI-Generated Material, which stands for Find, Author, Cross-Check, and Trustworthiness. We have also created physical take-home guides and educational bookmarks that help students use AI to build understanding rather than simply obtain quick answers. These materials have been distributed at public libraries throughout the DFW area. Our impact so far has been encouraging. Over the past year, we have reached more than 4,600 people through 24 outreach events, and we have received strong support from students, parents, and educators. However, we hope to expand our impact even further. We were encouraged to learn that Lewisville ISD has already taken proactive steps to address AI by providing resources, toolkits, and guidance to help educators and students navigate this rapidly changing technology. As AI becomes increasingly integrated into education and the workforce, we believe one of the greatest opportunities is helping students understand not only what AI can do, but when and how it should be used responsibly. Education, digital citizenship, and ethical decision-making will be just as important as the technology itself. Today, we respectfully ask that Lewisville ISD consider partnering with AI Smart. We can deliver workshops for middle and high school students, distribute handouts that help students use AI to strengthen learning rather than replace their thinking, and share our educational bookmarks that connect students to additional resources on our website. We would be honored to work alongside Lewisville ISD to help students become responsible, ethical, and effective users of artificial intelligence. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Sophie. Next up is Mr. Reggie Rimbert.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm Reginald Rimbert Jr., 1400 Simmons Road, Flower Mound, Texas. I'm an LISD kid through and through. I'll pick this up a little bit. I'm a LISD kid, a little through and through. I went to elementary school and middle school in Flower Mound, and then eventually graduated in 2006 from Flower Mound High School. I then went on to the United States Air Force Academy and served our country 8 years after graduation. From there, I moved my family back to Flower Mound, and I started my own construction company, which also operates out of Flower Mound. My 2 daughters currently attend Liberty Elementary School, which is in LISD, and I was inducted into the inaugural Hall of Fame class of Flower Mound High School in 2020. I say all this to say that I'm invested in this beautiful school district that molded me into the man, business owner, husband, and father that I am today. And a large part of that was Ms. Gregg. Ms. Gregg has poured into me throughout my entire life as a young boy coming up throughout LISD as well as recently. She has poured so much into our community for many decades and is still doing so. I emphatically support the renaming of Mill Street Elementary to Vernell Gregg Learning Academy. She has done so much for our district, seen and unseen, and I feel this is a perfect way to honor her consistent dedication to making LISD one of the greatest districts in the state. Again, I fully support honoring Ms. Gregg by renaming the school in her honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rimbert, and thank you for your service to our country. The next up is Councilman Lonnie Tipton.
Good evening, Madam President, Superintendent, and the Lewisville ISD's board members and trustees. My name is Lonnie Tipton. I live at 1896 Sinclair Court in Lewisville, Texas. I am speaking in full support of renaming the Mill Street Elementary School to Vernell Gregg Learning Academy. I have known Mrs. Gregg for over 40 years. And when I first met her, I met her at church. Then I noticed that she was doing things in the community. And then I also found out she was a teacher. From that day I met her, her mission and focus have always been on engaging and inspiring children and leaders, helping build growth so that they are competent, equipped, and grounded in a stronger educational foundation. Mrs. Gregg has consistently been a dedicated advocate for children and for education for the Lewisville ISD. She has worked to support students in the classroom through AVID, a program that's now benefit more than 12 classrooms and several campuses. She's also extended her leadership through service on the Lewisville School Board. and she is always working to improve opportunities for children and families across the district. What better person to have a learning academy named in her honor than Mrs. Vernell Gregg, someone who has worked tirelessly to better the lives and future of Lewisville students. Her service, her commitment, and lasting impact make her truly deserving of this recognition. Thank you for your time and your consideration. Again, I'm Lonnie Tipton, and I'm with the Lewisville City Council. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilman Tipton. Next is Madeline Gibson.
Good evening. Madeline Gibson. My address is 1725 Massey in Lewisville. And I am here to speak on behalf of Mrs. Vernell Gregg, because far too often we wait until people are gone to talk about all of the great things that they've done and what they've meant to us. And so some people leave a record of service. Vernell Gregg has built a legacy of lives changed. And my life is one of those. So I'm from El Paso, Texas. We may have a couple of other El Pasoans here, but that's where I met Mrs. Gregg, and her daughter also happens to be my dearest friend. Vernell Gregg has been like a second mother to me, and like a grandmother to my own daughter. So today I'm not just speaking about her work, I'm speaking about her impact on a real family. She served the district as a teacher, as a board member, and as board president. But what stands out most is how she led. She led with integrity, with fairness, and with a deep belief that every student deserves to be seen, supported, and given the chance to succeed. My daughter Jada was one of those students. She thrived in LISD in Lewisville, go Farmers, because of the kind of environment that Vernell helped create. One where students are encouraged, where they're challenged, and reminded that their future matters. And Vernell Gregg didn't just lead from a distance. She showed up for us personally, with guidance, with support, with care that made a lasting difference. Today, my daughter's 26 years old. She's earned her doctorate degree, and she's working as an occupational therapist in Alaska. But that journey didn't happen by chance. It started here, in a district shaped by leaders like Vernell Gregg. Naming a school after her would do more than honor her years of service. It would give future generations a daily example of what leadership looks like. It looks like service, compassion, and doing what's right, even when it's hard. It would send a clear message to every student. Your character matters. Your impact matters. And your legacy can start here. I respectfully ask you to rename the Mill Street Elementary School in Vernell Gregg's honor, not just for what she has done, but for what she has made possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gibson. Next is Delvin Atkinson. All right, Atchison.
My name is Delvin Atchison. I serve as pastor of the Westside Baptist Church, 900 Bel Air Boulevard. Let me begin by honoring the leadership gathered here, the school board, the faculty, superintendent, the students, and this beloved community. We are gathered today for more than a ceremony. We are gathered here for more than the replacement of letters on the wall. Today is about alignment. Whenever a community chooses a name, it chooses a narrative. Whenever a community names a school, it declares, this is who we are, and this is who we aim to be. In architecture, they teach that the cornerstone sets the line for the entire structure. If the cornerstone is sure, the building will stand. If the cornerstone is off, everything else must compensate. And today, Lewisville says, we are setting a cornerstone in excellence. We are anchoring our identity in legacy. We are aligning this institution with a life that refused to drift and chose instead to stand firm. That name, Vernell Gregg, is not a decoration, it's a declaration. In aerodynamics, flight is never an accident, it is a victory. For every ounce of lift, there is resistance. For every upward push, there is opposing drag. If you understand the story of Vernell Gregg, you understand that she did not rise in the absence of resistance. She rose in defiance of it. There was a drag in the community, systemic, historical, cultural, but she became lift. She became lift in the classroom, shaping minds through language because she understands that words create worlds. She became lift in leadership, stepping into spaces where doors had not yet been opened had not been open to her, sitting at tables where her presence was both disruption and destiny. My challenge to you is to understand that we have a lifter, and her legacy would be best served by renaming the school in her honor. Thank you. It's the first time a Baptist preacher has ever finished.
Thank you, Pastor. Okay. Next one is Sean Hong. Did I say it right now this time? No? Okay, you correct me again. I'm sorry. Huang. Okay, yeah. Got it.
One sec. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Sean Huang, and I'm an 8th grader from North Dallas. I'm here to speak about unhealthy digital usage among students and what we can do about it. Through my own experience in the student survey I conducted, I found that many teens are spending up to 4 or more hours each weekday on recreational screen time. And if you combine that with the time they spend in school, that could be up to 7 or 8 hours, which could be even more time than they're in bed at night. And many want to reduce it, but struggle to stay consistent. This isn't just about time, it's about impact. Students are losing sleep, struggling to focus in class, and replacing real-world interaction with digital habits. In response, I created Restoring Digital Balance, or RDB, which is a student-led initiative focused on helping teens take control of their technology usage, as someone who struggled with this myself. So far, I've taken several steps into turning this idea into action. I've begun developing an educational website, www.projectrdb.com, and an Instagram account @ProjectRDB, and they serve as central hub for research, practical strategies, and recorded presentations on digital wellness. And the goal is to make these reliable and student-friendly resources accessible anytime. I've also designed pocket-sized digital master bookmarks that students can carry with them. Each one outlines simple practical strategies of the master initiative: monitoring screen time, avoiding distractions, setting digital boundaries, taking healthier breaks, engaging offline, and reflecting on usage. I've also started organizing workshops and presentations for student groups just like AI Smart, where I've actually collaborated with them at several libraries and clubs. And I share strategies and create spaces for community bonding and discussion. These sessions are designed to be interactive and realistic, focusing on helping students actually change habits from a fellow teen instead of another adult or grown-up telling them. And these effects have shown me something important. Students don't just need rules, they need guidance, tools, and support. And that's where schools can make a real difference. I'm asking the board to consider 3 main actions. First, incorporating digital wellness, education, and monitoring into schools by teaching students how to manage technology, not just restrict it. Second, support student-led workshops and initiatives like RDB, which make these ideas more relatable and sustainable. And lastly, encourage programs that provide offline engagement, which gives students more opportunities to connect beyond screens and video games. This isn't about technology, it's about mastering it. If we take action now, we can help students build healthier habits, improve focus, and strengthen real-world connections. If Lewisville ISD feels compelled to partner with Project RDB, I would be honored to collaborate with y'all. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Sean. All right, next we have Councilwoman Ronnie Cade.
Good evening, Madam President, Superintendent, members of the school board. My name is Ronnie Cade. I'm a Lewisville resident. I reside on South Poydras in Lewisville in Old Town. You can step out my driveway, turn on Poydras, and I see the playground. It's delightful to have that school right there. And I am here tonight to urge you to rename this after Vernell Gregg. When we look at the buildings across Lewisville ISD, we see names of pioneers in this district who shaped our history. Miss Gregg is undeniably one of those. Moving to our community in 1981, she immediately stepped into our classrooms as a language arts teacher. She didn't just follow curriculum, she actually saw the students slipping through the cracks and took action, pioneering the district's very first remedial reading program right inside her own classroom, because she knew comprehension is what's going to get you through life. But her service did not stop at the classroom door. Miss Gregg broke historic barriers by becoming the first African American elected to the Lewisville ISD School Board of Trustees, eventually leading this body to, with distinction, as board president. She co-founded the LISD committee to commemorate MLK Day, establishing a district-wide student competition that still inspires youth decades later. It didn't stop when she went off the board. It has done nothing but grow. Her impact is so profound that the Lewisville ISD Education Foundation already proudly awards a student scholarship in her honor, and DeGan Elementary named a vital student sensory space after her. The community's desire for this recognition is immense. Former school board trustees and local families have long championed her legacy. There is no one more deserving, and her impact on this district is unmatched. Naming this facility the Vernell Gregg Learning Academy tells our current students that we value history. We value literacy. We value history makers. And we deeply value those who dedicate their life to the children of Lewisville and many municipalities on. We have grown. Let us honor her incredible legacy while she is still here with us to see it. Thank you.
Ms. Cade. All right, next we have Cynthia Dixon.
So good evening, Madam President, our superintendent, and board leaders, and all of our LISD community. My name is Cynthia Dixon. I reside at 6112 Grand Meadow Lane in Flower Mound, Texas. I'm here to support or urge you to rename the Mill Street Elementary School to Vernell Gregg Learning Academy in honor of Ms. Gregg's extraordinary legacy of service, leadership, and dedication to education in LISD and the surrounding community. Since joining LISD as a teacher in 1981, Ms. Gregg has devoted more than 4.5 decades to helping students succeed. She pioneered a remedial reading program to support struggling readers, founded the district's annual MLK celebration and contest that continues today, and remained an active volunteer long after her retirement. Her commitment to student success extends beyond the classroom through the scholarships she has and continues to provide, supporting students as they pursue higher education and lifelong learning. As the first African American elected to the LISD Board of Trustees and the first African American female board president, Ms. Gregg helped shape the future of the district through initiatives such as Abbott and the district's first strategic planning process. Her continued service as a mentor, community leader, and advocate for students reflects a lifelong commitment in educational excellence and opportunity for all. I had the opportunity to meet Ms. Gregg probably about 8 or 9 years ago, and when I met her immediately, I'd heard about who she was, but the passion I saw her passion for learning, her passion for the community, and her passion for these students. I've had 2 children who've actually been educated in the LISD system and have went on through college to get their bachelor's degrees, and I saw the direct influence that Ms. Gregg has had on not only my children, but other children throughout the community. We heard Pastor Atchison, Dr. Atchison also speak about it's a narrative, it's a legacy. When you think about renaming it, well, renaming the school to Vernell Gregg Learning Academy would honor a true trailblazer whose leadership, vision, generosity, compassion, and impact has and continues to touch generations of LISD students and families. Her life embodies the values of learning, service, perseverance, and community that we strive to instill in every child. So I urge you to please consider renaming the Mill Street Elementary to Vernell Gregg Learning Academy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, next we have Yvonne Manuel.
Hello to the superintendent of the school board and members of the school board. My name is Yvonne Manuel. I live in Hickory Creek, 2 Robbins Nest Drive, Hickory Creek, Texas. I do use a P.O. box for Lewisville. Vernell Gregg, we are friends. We are members of Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority. She is an outstanding person in terms of her interest in students and their ability to read. She has, it started at DeGan first, where she was teaching, and then she has gone on to Delay, and gone on, and there she created the remedial reading program, and then when the students were reading, she had them reading a lot about Martin Luther King, and that influenced their interest in the contest that came about, the Martin Luther King contest and day, holiday. Other things that she created at Delay, she created a scholarship through the Lewisville Foundation, Education Foundation, and the scholarship program. Because there were a number of students who were interested in band, but didn't have the funds. And so she established this, scholarship. One is in support of her, in honor of her husband, but also in honor of Delay. Let's see. There were, in addition to the work at Delay, she's done a lot for the community. She's been a financial member with the Lewisville Lake Symphony. She has supported the chair sponsorship, and that has gone on for years. She also has the youth artists. Let's see, young artists. Yes, young artist competition, and they get cash awards for their progress with that, and they have the opportunity to play their instrument with the symphony. Let me comment also about other opportunities of volunteership. Oh, well, it's almost time. Anyway, thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of the new Vernell Gregg Learning Academy.
Thank you, Ms. Manuel. All right, next we have April Langston.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is April Langston. I've been a Flower Mound resident since 1987. I am here today to encourage you all. First of all, good evening to the board, to the superintendent, and all of those who have gathered here tonight. It's a privilege to stand on behalf of concerned citizens and African American parents, which is CAP, and also Macedonian Ministries, which is Vernell's home church, which is where I met Miss Gregg. She's not only been a mentor, but also an inspiration to me as a mother and encourager. She was the one that told me, you know what, you want to make your children readers. She said, when you make them readers, they do so much better on standardized tests. And I made my girls readers. My youngest graduated, both my girls graduated from Marcus High School. But not just that, there's so many other things I want to say. But I want to let you know that basically since 2020, I've been an advocate for a facility named in her honor. Vernell represents the very best of what public education stands for: commitment, innovation, leadership, and an unwavering belief in the potential of every child. Since 1981, she wasn't just teaching students, she was building systems of support. I got the opportunity to take my mother to a doctor's appointment, and they called this name, and immediately it caught my ear. The name they called was Clayton Downing. And I had to go over, I'm like, are you Mr. Downing, the person that's on the middle school in Florida? He said, yes, I am. I said, you know what? I know you know Vernell Gregg. He said, yes, I do. He spoke so highly of her. I said, can I take a picture just to send it to her? And he was so honored. You know, his wife was so tickled about that. But those are the kind of people that know who she is and know her character. She's established so many programs, but there's also, even at Marcus, we established a scholarship in her name. And every year, the outstanding student in the Marcus Black History Club is awarded the Vernell Gregg Scholarship Award. She has done so many other things, but she understands early childhood education is where the foundation is built. Where curiosity begins, confidence grows, and futures take shape. God has the power and has given you, this board, the ability to make the dream a reality with the Vernell Gregg Learning Academy. Thank you for your time, and God bless.
Thank you, Ms. Langston. And our final speaker tonight will be Delia Parker Mims.
Good evening, trustees. I'm here tonight to ask you to honor an extraordinary woman by naming a school after Mrs. Vernell Gregg. Many people know Mrs. Gregg as the first Black member of the Lewisville ISD Board of Trustees and a former board president. They know her as the leader who helped establish Lewisville's Martin Luther King Jr. celebration, which has become one of our district's signature events. They know her as a mentor, an educator, and an advocate for students. But tonight, I want to tell you who she is to me. I'm not standing here only as a parent of Lewisville ISD students. I'm standing here as a little girl from El Paso, Texas, whose life was changed because Mrs. Vernell Gregg believed in her. Growing up, I dreamed of attending SMU, but like many families, we faced financial challenges. Through her sorority scholarship program, Mrs. Gregg helped make my dreams possible. I was awarded a scholarship that changed the trajectory of my life. Then the following year, when another recipient was unable to use her scholarship, I was given that scholarship too. And Mrs. Gregg didn't just provide financial assistance, she invested in people. She saw potential in a young girl and chose to nurture it. That is who she was. Years later, when my own children attended Lewisville ISD and issues arose within the school system, Mrs. Gregg was still doing what she had always done, advocating for students. Whenever I reached out, she stepped in immediately because she genuinely cared. And she cared about every child, every family, and especially those who might otherwise be overlooked. She spent her life making sure others had opportunities. She mentored students and she supported educators. She opened doors. Tonight, I have the opportunity to say thank you. Thank you for believing in me, and thank you for believing in so many others. And thank you for leaving behind a legacy that continues to inspire generations. When we name a school after someone, we are telling future generations that this is a person whose life reflects the values we want our children to follow. There could be no better person to have a Lewisville ISD school bear her name than Mrs. Vernell Gregg. I respectfully ask this board to honor her extraordinary service, leadership, and commitment to children by naming a school after her. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, and so we do not have any non-stakeholders here for public comment. So we will now move on to action items, part 1. We're going to consider the naming of LISD facilities. The first one, and I served as the naming committee chair along with Drs. Taylor and Dr. Barker. And so we are going to begin to speak to some of these items. The first one that we're going, yes.
Thank you, Ms. Lasson. I will be abstaining tonight from all of the naming votes. While I value committee work, it does not replace my own perspective and judgment or that of my fellow trustees who were not on the committee. As a board, we have not had the opportunity to discuss or provide input on the items being voted on tonight. In the past, these matters were discussed, or at least recommendations were shared during work sessions. This has nothing to do with the names being brought forward, but reflects my deeply held belief that consistent procedure should be followed. I believe we make better decisions when every perspective is heard. Going forward, I hope naming decisions will be handled differently and with greater transparency and in complete compliance with board policy CW.
Okay. Yes.
I too, I'm going to read this statement, and this is not any reflection of any of the names being brought forward, but it is more to this board. Policies are more than a set of rules. They reflect our shared values and commitments. True leadership is not about finding ways around policy, but about honoring both the letter and the spirit of them. When we look for loopholes, we risk undermining trust, consistency, and the integrity of the organization. Following policy with integrity helps ensure fairness, accountability, and confidence in all of our decisions. I, too, will be recusing myself from these.
Okay. That is the privilege of both of you. I would like to move to the first one, the Highland Village Elementary. We need to rename that, as it is going to be a different type of facility this year. And so the board, the committee, as a part of the committee work, we are going to put forth to name the school the Highland Village Student Success Center, as this will be the same type of school that is currently over on College Street at the moment. That is the Student Success Center, so we're going to rename that school the Highland Village Student Success Center if that motion passes this evening. So, would anyone like to make a motion? Thank you. Dr. Taylor?
Madam President, I move that the board approve renaming Highland Village Elementary the Highland Village Student Success Center as recommended by the Facility Naming Committee.
Do I have a second? Ms. Lopez? All those in favor? Or is there any more discussion? All those in favor? Okay, that is 5 in favor and 2 abstaining. All right, the next one is going to be considering renaming Mill Street. And as you know, you may know, Mill Street has identified by TEA as a turnaround campus. And as part of this restructuring, LISD is proposed making the current Mill Street Elementary a pre-K campus beginning in August 2026. Administration requested a new name for the campus to reflect the new purpose as required by TEA. Would anyone like to make a motion? Ms. Taylor, Dr. Taylor.
Madam President, if I could just take a minute, privilege.
How about you make the motion, then we'll do discussion.
Okay, all right. Madam President, I move that the board approve renaming Mill Street Elementary the Vernell Gregg Early Childhood Center and subsequently remove her name from any previously named rooms or buildings in accordance with LISD's facility naming board policy.
Do I have a second? Oh, Ms. Dixon, thank you. Now, is there any discussion? Dr. Taylor.
Madam President, we reached out to our community for input in renaming Mill Street Elementary, a school that will now serve as an early childhood education center. The naming committee, made up of Ms. Lasan as chair, Dr. Barker, and myself, received an overwhelming amount of community support for naming it after Ms. Vernell Gregg. We received so many recommendations for Ms. Gregg that I wasn't sure how to condense the wonderful accolades and positive remarks into one quick summary. The committee agreed that the recommendation letter submitted by Mr. Andy Pluckett, retired LISD Chief of High Schools, was the best representation of what was shared about Ms. Gregg. It reads in part, Ms. Gregg's decades of exemplary service, steadfast leadership, and unwavering commitment to students and the broader community have left a profound and lasting impact across the district. I have never known Ms. Gregg to turn away a student or family in need. Ms. Gregg brought AVID to Lewisville ISD, a program designed to prepare students, particularly those in the academic middle, for success in higher education and future careers. The program has changed the trajectory of countless students in this district. For over 34 years, she has led the Martin Luther King Jr. Committee, a program she began in her own classroom at DeLay Middle School, fostering unity, equality, and mutual respect across cultures and generations. Her impact extends beyond the classroom. She brought Habitat for Humanity to Lewisville's historic African American community, helped build homes, and helped develop a park and playground that families still enjoy today. The location of this school is not coincidental. Ms. Gregg taught on this very ground in a community where she has deep and long-standing ties. Mr. Plunkett goes on to say, Ms. Gregg's integrity, compassion, and tireless dedication to public education, students, and to this district distinguish her as an exemplary individual truly worthy of this honor. In a district founded in 1902, Ms. Vernell Gregg became the first black teacher at DeGan Elementary and the first black school board member in LISD history, ultimately serving as board president. As someone who has followed in her footsteps on this board, I understand personally what her first made possible. Ms. Vernell Gregg's name on that building will inspire children for generations to come. I urge my fellow board members to support this motion. And Ms. Gregg, when no one in this district knew my name, you did. Tonight, I hope this committee recommendation is worthy of everything you poured into this community and to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Does anyone else want to? Ms. Dixon?
I just want to let y'all know that Ms. Gregg is still very active. I hear a lot of people talk about her in past tense, but she's still here, and she still gives her mentorship and her love and her advice. I met Ms. Gregg when I was PTA president over at Rockbrook, and our school was going through some rocky times, and she came with CAP. And I said, well, who are these people? Because they're invested in my school. And so, child, I joined CAP, and I started showing up to the meetings. And there are some people that they do things for accolades, they do things to be noticed, That's not Ms. Gregg. She genuinely cares about students, about their success. And even now, she still, make sure you get all the training that you can get. Make sure you go to all your board members and your board meetings. And she is the type of person that has really left a legacy and built a bench. And I just feel so honored because when I ran the first time, she also gave me her name to run on. Not before she thoroughly inspected me, but I'm grateful for that. And I think that it would be an honor to name this school after her.
Thank you. Dr. Barker?
Thank you, Madam President. Ms. Gregg's legacy is undeniable, so I'm going to move to a more procedural comment. We have never encountered a situation where we have had an existing space named for someone, and we are removing the name from that existing space and moving it to another. And we don't have a clear way of doing that, so we have attached it onto this motion. But I am recommending that following this vote, regardless of its outcome, that the policy committee convene in the fall to review the CW local naming policy and have some clear guidelines around what it takes to remove a name. Right now, the only conditions for removing a name from a facility have to do with some egregious issues, which is, of course, not the issue in this case. But that's the only thing we have in policy to remove a name from an existing facility. So that caused a lot of trepidation for me of how are we going to make this possible. So I really urge the policy committee to come back in the fall and review that portion of the policy and make some adjustments so we don't encounter this situation again.
Thank you, Dr. Barker. I think that's, okay. Yes, Ms. Lopez.
I'll be short and sweet. I too agree with that recommendation to move forward with some policy changes to make sure that this situation doesn't happen again. But I would be remiss if I didn't say how grateful I am for Renewal Gregg's impact on this district. I, having graduated from LISD, like many of you have been impacted by her. I'm just so grateful for the creation of the MLK celebration and the annual celebration and contest. I personally benefited from that at the encouragement of Andy Plunkett, who graciously submitted that letter about Miss Gregg. And so I am honored to cast a vote in favor of naming a school in her honor.
Thank you. And I'll just wind us up here by saying this is just an amazingly impressive group of people that have come here tonight. And, we usually don't have this many people. And so it's great to see you all. And I also would be remiss in this time of political, banging of heads that I know that there are both sides of the fence, the political fence here tonight. And that's because of Vernell. And to me personally, that says a lot. And anyway, I just want to thank you all for your kind words about Miss Gregg. And so with that, unless anyone else has anything else, we'll take a vote. Okay, all those in favor? You don't count, Mr. Hicks. That's 5 in favor and 2 abstaining, and so the name will be the Vernell Gregg Early Childhood Center. Okay, it's not often that we get a standing ovation. I'm not really sure what to do with that. Okay, so we now will move on to the next naming item that we have. It is for Arbor Creek, their science wing. I'm going to call on Dr. Barker on the committee. Would you read are you prepared to do that? Read the bit about the, what's in the, you're not, okay, I can tell. Okay, sorry. Okay, the following, sorry, I'm a little thrown from the standing ovation, sorry. Okay, the following letter was submitted by Principal Obenhouse in support of naming the science wing at Arbor Creek after Karen Reed. On behalf of Arbor Creek Middle School, I would like to formally request consideration to name our science wing in honor of Miss Karen Reed, a beloved former teacher and science department chair who made an extraordinary impact on our campus and community from 2004 to 2024. Ms. Reed was not only an outstanding science educator, but also a compassionate leader, mentor, and role model for both students and staff. She had exemplified excellence in every aspect of her work, setting high standards for science education and inspiring those around her to pursue curiosity and discovery. Her classroom was a place of wonder, inclusion, and encouragement, where students felt seen, supported, and challenged to do their best. Beyond her remarkable teaching, Ms. Reed founded the ALS Club, through which she taught herself and her students American Sign Language. Her passion for accessibility and inclusion extended to building a partnership with students from Hebron High School, further strengthening the bond between campuses and communities. Mrs. Reed courageously battled cancer and passed away in 2024. Despite her illness, she continued to demonstrate the same grace, strength, and dedication that defined her teaching career. Her legacy continues to live in the halls of Arbor Creek through the teachers she mentored, the programs she began, and the countless students whose lives she touched. Naming our science wing, the Karen Reed Science Wing, would be a lasting tribute to her life, her service, and her profound impact on the school community. It would ensure that her spirit of kindness, excellence, and curiosity continues to inspire future generations of learners and leaders. And this is for their science wing. So would anyone like to make a motion? Dr. Barker.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the board approve naming the science wing at Arbor Creek Middle School the Karen Reed Science Wing as recommended by the Facility Naming Committee.
Do I have a second? Ms. Lopez. Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor? That's 5-0 with 2 abstaining. The motion passes. All right, now, our next thing is the baseball field at Hebron High School. And Dr. Barker, would you like to read about that?
Thank you, Madam President. I have found my footing. My apologies. The baseball field at Hebron High School is currently known as Hawk Field. The committee received a request from campus principal, Dr. Boughton, to name the field after former Hebron baseball coach Steve Stone. The following letter was submitted by current Hebron baseball coach, Corey Farah, in support of naming the baseball field after Coach Stone. I'm writing to respectfully propose that the baseball field at Hebron High School be renamed in honor of Coach Steve Stone, whose remarkable career and lifelong dedication to Lewisville ISD athletics have shaped the lives of hundreds of student athletes and enriched our community in countless ways. Over his distinguished career, Coach Stone has coached more than 400 young men, building not only talented baseball teams, but strong, responsible citizens. During his tenure at Hebron High School, he compiled an impressive 453-340 record, led the Hawks to the playoffs 12 times, and captured 4 district championships in 2005, 2011, 2016, and 2023. His excellence and leadership were recognized statewide when he was named the 2019 Texas High School Baseball Association All-Star Coach. Coach Stone's influence extends far beyond Texas. As a coach for the USA Baseball 18 and under national team, he earned 2 gold medals in 2024 in Panama and 2025 in Japan, representing our nation with the same integrity, passion, and professionalism that have deepened his work at Hebron. Renaming the Hebron High School baseball field in honor of Coach Steve Stone would be a fitting tribute to a man who has given so much to his players, his school, and Lewisville ISD. His legacy of character, commitment, and competitive excellence will continue to inspire future generations of student athletes for years to come.
Thank you, Dr. Barker. Would you like to go ahead and make that motion?
Why, yes, I would.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the board approve naming the baseball field at Hebron High School Steve Stone Field as recommended by the Facility Naming Committee.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Dr. Taylor. All right. Any more discussion? Okay. All those in favor? Okay. The vote there's 5 for and 2 abstaining. All right. So the motion carries. All right, the last one we have is the Transportation Center, and I am going to turn it over to Dr. Taylor to talk about our committee work.
Thank you, Madam President. The Board Facility Naming Committee, again composed of President Lasan, who serves as the chair, myself and Dr. Barker, were tasked with naming the new transportation center currently under construction. The district is currently building a new transportation center and bus barn in Lewisville, adjacent to the West Side Aquatic Center and Tech West. The new center is expected to be completed this summer, 2026. The Board Facility Naming Committee met on May 22nd, 2026 to discuss recommendations for a name for the center. The committee recommends naming the new transportation center the Destination Education Center.
All right, thank you. Would you like to go ahead and make that motion?
Yes. Madam President, I move that the board approve naming the new transportation center the Destination Education Center as recommended by the Facility Naming Committee.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Dr. Barker? Okay, all those in favor? That's 5-0 with 5 with 2 abstaining.
I was just expecting discussion.
I'm sorry. Do we have discussion that we need to put in there? Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, now moving on to consent items. Are there any items that need to be pulled, or would someone like to make a motion? Ms. Prosnick?
I'd like to pull N3B, please.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to go ahead and make the motion?
Absolutely. I move that the board approve the consent agenda items as recommended by administration with the exception of the following item pulled for separate consideration, item N3B.
Do I have a second? Ms. Sells? All those in favor? Motion passes 7-0. All right, Ms. Prosnick, would you like to would you like to make a motion?
Yes. I move that the board approve consent agenda item N3B as recommended by administration.
Do I have a second? Ms. Sells? Is there any discussion? Ms. Prosnick?
Yes. So this is about our partnership with the amazing cities that we have in the district. The item is to consider approval of school resource offices from the City of Carrollton, City of the Colony, City of Highland Village, City of Lewisville, Town of Flower Mound. You heard a little bit about the 90th legislature. So we're going to talk numbers because they like numbers. So this is going to cost the district $3,657,711 for the 26-27 school year. Mr. Rare, could you please confirm that this current fiscal year we received $2,792,837 and we are projecting $2,763,723 for the following year, which is less than current year.
Those numbers are correct.
So you don't need math to know that just our SROs, that does not include our rovers, that does not include our guardians, that is significantly less by almost $1 million than what we are just spending on our SROs, because safety is really important in this district. It is the basic tenet. I would encourage you to use those numbers when talking to legislators when they talk about school funding. That is $1 million that we take from other parts of the district to provide for SROs only. I just wanted that for some edification of our public, in that when we talk about how we stretch a dollar in this district, we stretch it really far and wide with what little we are given from Austin. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Okay. All right, motion passes 7-0. All right, and now we're moving on to information items. The first one is the monthly technology report. Dr. Garricani.
Good evening, President Lazan, Dr. Rapp and Board of Trustees, the monthly technology report for June reflects district technology data for the reporting period of April 1st through April 30th of this year. On page 1 under the board level summary, we'll begin with a snapshot of technology services for the month. Our average response time, in April, the team handled 5,607 technology service requests. Our average response time was 2.7 hours, and our average resolution time was 5.4 hours. Student participation in the device program remains very strong, with 98.17% of eligible students opted into the program, and the district cybersecurity training at the time of the filing of this report was 94% completed. Also on page 1, the 2017 Technology Bond Program expenditures reflects $96.6 million in expenses, with $5.36 million remaining. IFE revenue now stands at $787,000. The fiscal year expenses through April at $121,000, leaving a balance of $3.3 million. In terms of device lifecycle, all end-user devices remain within our replacement standards. The average age of devices for grades pre-K through 3 is now 2 years. For grades 4 through 12, the average age is 2 years and 4 months. Teacher devices are at an average age of 2 years and 5 months. Moving on to page 2, broadband access at home remains steady at just over 97%. The student opt-in rate moves slightly down from 98.56% in March to 98.17% in April, while the percentage of devices on campus remained relatively consistent at 92.78%. Page 2 also provides an update on board-approved technology projects. The Skyward QSIS project is now at 80% completion. The wireless controllers project is at 78%. The Sailor DAS project is now at 33%. And the football stadium sound project is at 10%. The report concludes with a view of critical systems age across key infrastructure areas to provide continuous visibility into the lifecycle position of the district's core technology systems. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have regarding the report.
Does anyone have questions for Dr. Karakani? All right, thank you. Moving on to the next one is student learning update with Dr. Fitzhugh.
All right, good evening. Tonight we're here for the last of the student learning updates for this year. While the PowerPoint's pulling up, this is just a reminder that we use iReady for our third grade reading and for our third grade math goals. We have previously discussed this at the October board meeting as well as the March board meeting and in November, when I see that there. So we've talked about it several times. iReady was a new instrument this year, and so we're still learning lots of pieces with it, and so we'll talk through that when we look at some of our data. We also are going to talk a little bit about CCMR tonight as well. One of the things that we have learned with iReady is that it was aligned pretty closely with what we were expecting with reading. Our math came in a little bit lower, so we have some additional analysis to do, and we'll talk through that when we get to the math goals. So when we look at reading, we looked at it 2 different ways. The very first one is there, the end of year data. You can see the growth from beginning of year to end of year. We did meet all of our targets. We also went ahead and pulled up an iReady predictive value that they run for us just to see what our data looked like with that. That's a prediction of how students will perform on STAR. 99.4% of our third graders did complete iReady. And so again, the data aligns with what we would expect to see, what we thought we were going to see with iReady and with when we used our other assessments. And when we look at individual campus performances, we had 28 campuses that met their target. 6 were within 5%. And then we had 1 campus that was within 5 to 10% of the target. But you have to remember each campus sets their own individual target. And so that campus's target was 13% above the district threshold. So they just went a little bit too high in terms of they're not at a low value. They just set a high target for themselves. The 7 campuses that did not achieve their target did improve by 33% throughout the year. And so we did see lots of growth throughout the year on this one. When we look at our EdGen's dashboard, which is about readiness, it looks at attendance and reading readiness and growth. 90.34% of our third graders showed literacy readiness in terms of showing growth throughout the year and being on grade level. This is an iReady screen dashboard, a snapshot, and what you can see on the bottom there is where our on-grade level data was at the beginning of year, and you can see how much longer that green bar has grown throughout the year in terms of by end of year where we were with our data. This does not include IEP. This is truly just how many kids were on grade level, so we do add in IEP data with our third grade goal on that other chart. We also are monitoring our kinder to second grade performance. And so what you can see throughout the year, you can see how our students are growing. At the end of year, 87.7% of our kindergartners were on grade level. And then first grade was at 70.1 and second was at 70.5. We are noting across all of our campuses that we do see a slight dip between kinder and first. That's something we're going to monitor closely to see, is that something with a cohort of students, or is that a trend in iReady? Do we see this year over year? There are some different skills that learning and teaching can speak to in terms of how the test changes that could explain some of that, but we are monitoring it closely. With early childhood math, I'm going to start with the iReady on grade level graph. So you can see the growth that we saw from beginning of year when you look at that lower bar to end of year up at the top. What we have learned is that when you look at the iReady predictive data of how students are going to perform on STAR, some students in that yellow area are predicted to perform well on STAR. And so this is where we kind of think there might be a little bit of a misalignment in terms of the on-grade level criteria, so we're going to do some additional data exploration. When you look at our student performance across the year and by student group, that end-of-year flat-out level, we met a lot of our goals, but we missed a few of them. When you look at that predicted score, we met all of our goals. So that tells me a couple of things. One, we do need to check that cut score to see how it aligns, but also we have a lot of students who are right on the edge of being on grade level, because that difference between is just a little bit, that yellow to green jump of who they're allowing to be predicted to perform well versus in the on grade level group. So that's, we're going to explore it very closely, but we do feel like we have a group of students that are right on the edge of being on grade level. We did have 99% of our third graders participate in this as well. When we look at kinder to second data, what you see is that kindergartners, 72% were on grade level at the end of the year, and then we see a dip again in first and second grade. That's something that we are monitoring closely. All three grade levels showed significant growth throughout the year, but we are looking at what is the change for first grade that it drops down at end of year to the 57%. When we look at campus data, again, we had 9 campuses that met their target. We had 8 that were within 5%, 5 that were within 5 to 10%, 4 that had 10 to 15, and then 8 that had more than 15% to their target. That did decrease from 28, but we do have some growth and some work to do with some of our campuses on how they set their targets and then how students are performing to meet that end of year goal.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Fitzhugh. Some feedback from learning and teaching. First of all, I want to say huge kudos to our teachers, administrators, and staff at the campus for their hard work this year. They have all been, as you know, trying out the iReady for the first time and learning a new system. And anytime we do that, we know that takes a lot of their time and study and effort, as well as professional development to learn the new system and what the data means. We're appreciative of their efforts. In addition, the support team from the district has been deployed out in significant numbers this year. So as you'll see, we provided over 4,000 personalized coaching or PLC supports from elementary math content and reading content administrators and facilitators alone this year. The One Vision Framework modules were presented by campus leadership teams. All 4 of them were presented, which touched on high yield strategies. And then we are already in the process of making that training that the principals will deliver on the new modules for this 26-27 school year. The time for literacy sessions that we brought back meant that all K through 5 teachers were met with in PLCs to reinforce the science of teaching reading, as well as the district curriculum, and a strong focus on the extended constructive responses that we're starting to see come in as having improved as well. We're going to continue this targeted support with our chiefs. We have the One Vision Walk that we have revised and aligns with a lot of our TA expectations, as well as our Lead Forward work this year. So we'll be implementing that across the district, and we will be monitoring that data. We have STAR results to start to compare to these iReady results, as Dr. Fitzhugh mentioned, and then we will make any proposals for changes to this data and our set goals in the fall.
Okay, and CCMR. So first thing is we have really increased the access to college readiness exams with our students. So what you can see is we gave over 9,400 exams this year. 88% of our seniors have completed at least one college readiness exam, which is an 8% increase over the previous years. We are giving students access during school time to complete these exams in multiple ways so that they can show that they are ready for that next step. This is preliminary data. We will present finalized data in September. Currently, right now, the class of 2026 is sitting at 63% of all students are meeting the TEA criteria. This does not take into account graduation data that impacts our students served in special education, summer APs test scores, SAT, ACT. We have a lot more data still rolling in that's linked to course completions in the spring. When you look at students engaged in CCMR activities, where we're trying to promote it, we're at 93% overall. We have increased that. That is something that we've worked really hard on, is making sure students have multiple pathways to access CCMR. Our local measures, this is just data to show over time. We've kind of worked through what does it look like as a freshman to be on the path to be CCMR sophomore, junior, and you can see that we are above 90% in all of our overall students there. We really are working to make sure students have access to activities that would have them prepared to be college, career, military ready.
Again, we're very proud of the campus teachers and leaders for their efforts and their focus on CCMR over the past few years. I just want to make note of some of those efforts with our campus academic standards, those college entrance testing, as she shared those numbers with you. Every student gets the opportunity for SAT, ACT, and in addition, TSI. Through our English 3 and Algebra 2 courses, we have them set up to be able to be more successful. We have dual credit pathways. We continue to offer and expand those opportunities and really encourage and push for our students to participate in. In addition, the advanced coursework, we have increased our number of kiddos taking AP courses. The college prep English has been a successful pathway, as well as the college prep math. As many of you know, we'll have an opportunity to reconsider a provider for college prep math, because at this moment that will not count singularly for that CCMR point unless they pass TSI, but that is still a list that's being finalized and hopefully being published by the end of this month for the 26-27 school year. The CTE team that has been led by Dr. Petrunin, they have already begun to count a 10% increase in IBC success rates this year, and that of course has come with the change of these graduates this year needing to complete the course as well as make successful gains on the IBC. We've done a lot for parent engagement, parent education, and the personalized graduation plans, as you've heard us talk about, and then quarterly reviews with our principals, EduGen's support so that they can quickly identify where a student is at and what else they might need for this CCMR point. We have the campus scorecard check-ins, and then we've just diversified the pathways to make sure every student has an opportunity to meet CCMR requirements in one way or another. We wanted to just remind you of some past considerations we've made and considered in order to encourage students to meet their CCMR requirements. That goes along with establishing a local requirement for graduation, where we could encourage students to do this and complete a pathway prior to graduation. Campus privileges have been considered, whether that be early grad, senior in or out, or a student aid, as something that they can earn if they have completed CCMR. We don't currently do that, but we have brought that to you in the past. At this current time, 51% of the 25-26 early graduates had not met CCMR requirements, and so that is a consideration. The mandate completion for the program of study, so once a student enters a program of study, we could require that they complete that before dropping out and getting the IBC. The dual credit support is just a topic we've considered for making sure that the adjunct professors have access to all of our campuses and that students have more opportunities in dual credit to take more classes. CCMR cords could be implemented, as well as College Bridge, but that does come with an exceptional cost. So those are things we wanted to bring to the forefront to remind you of. In addition, you know that the target has continuously changed. I'll let you advance that slide to now a class of 23, which would then indicate a change in our grading, the A to F accountability system for our results in 2031. So there is a proposal, and pretty much it will take place, that they now stagger this CCMR identification by students who meet foundational, demonstrated, or advanced. And it is requiring us to consider the freshmen entering right now as having a different pathway than the students who currently are in their pathways for completion. So I feel like we teach ourselves and you all something different every time we present this information. I'm grateful for our team that have tried to keep up with this accountability change, because it is constantly changing. What this, as you can see, will indicate for us is that those requirements of foundational are what a lot of our kids are getting to as the minimum, and those advanced requirements, which will be weighted in the accountability system, will become more and more difficult. And the state is already predicting, although this is a way that they are trying to encourage 90% of students to meet CSMR, we will see a dip in those numbers once these students begin to graduate due to these higher requirements. With that, I would just conclude by saying I am appreciative of Dr. Fitzhugh, the chiefs, the leadership team for all of their efforts, and all of the boots on the ground coaches who have been helping to make the progress with our students successful. We will take any questions that you all may have at this time.
Okay, okay, you had your hand up first. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. With regards to the iReady data, just want to say on the reading, kudos, excellent work there. With respect to math, definitely have some work to do, but I'm excited about the growth. With that being said, there are cohorts that are not doing as well as other cohorts. Is there, I guess, what mitigation programs or whatever do we have in place to address that?
Sure. As most of you know, we piloted a new product for a few of our campuses for math in particular with an HChem. We did an adoption process. We brought that to you, and we will be using the Amplify Desmos for our elementary students, and all of that training has begun this summer. It meets the EMRA process by the State Board of Education. It is a high-quality instructional material, and it has many turnkey opportunities for all of our teachers to deliver high-quality Tier 1 instruction, but it also provides a lot of supports for teachers, such as videos they can watch in advance of a lesson. It's got specific Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions for teachers. It's got a lot of anticipating student wrong moves or misunderstandings so that teachers can course correct right in time. And part of that will come along with expectations of PLCs, where teachers rehearse and internalize the lesson ahead of time, and very highly aligned with the rigor of the expectation of the TEKS, which sometimes can be problematic for teachers when they have students who are struggling. They don't always require them to rise to the level of the TEKS of the expectation. So that's something we're really focused on with our high yield strategies and One Vision this year.
I have one other question. Last question related to CCMR, and I struggle with even asking this question because it sounds like it's changing. But in the reports, there seemed to be a big difference in the percentages between the African-American freshmen and when they're seniors. Do we know why that is? Is it related to something is changing about CCMR? And then economically disadvantaged, the percentages almost mirror the African-American group, and I just wanted to know if there was anything that stands out there as reasons why, or if it's just coincidental.
I have not done root cause analysis between it. One thing I can tell you is that we do work really closely with principals on who's not as freshmen and how do we close gaps. So I do think that that speaks to when students enter as freshmen and they're trying to figure some things out. We spend a lot of time working with them and trying to help support them so that they do meet those benchmark pieces.
And I would note too that since the CCMR data lags, we should expect to see an increase in that this year. But these graduating seniors had the must complete and must pass an IBC, so we may see a dip in those for next year's due to this most recent cohort of graduates.
Go for it.
Thank you, Madam President. So first of all, since you brought up Amplify, I just want to say I got a message the other day from one of my teacher friends, and she was like, hey, are you up here? I'm at Bolin. And I was like, no, I'm not up there till later. And she goes, we love Amplify, man. So just a little kudos from a teacher there that she was very happy with the product and with her training. So I had to quote her on that. I want to start by saying that the work that's been done on CCMR just since I've been on the board has been phenomenal. That was one of my things coming in, like, ooh, man, we are below the state. What is happening? We got to do something. And we've continued to see that number tick up and up and up. And I'm like you, Ms. Gall, I really think that we're going to see those numbers increase. That's why I've been saying I'm not worried about LHS, because I think their CCMR numbers are going to go up. I have been nothing but proud of the work that we have done in CCMR. And that's why it makes me, I don't have a question. You know I don't have a question. I'm on my soapbox. That's why it makes me so frustrated that we can continue to see these changes. My first complaint is that I sat in on one of the webinars that was introducing this tiered system, and TEA was constantly referring to the research that they did that necessitated this change, and multiple individuals, myself included, asked for that research. And we were told, no, that's internal, we can't give it to you. Well, that's convenient. Also, the presenter kept saying, we know because of the research. And I was like, ma'am, you are not a researcher if you say we know because of the research, because every researcher I know says the research suggests, not we know. Anyway, that's my own personal concern. The second thing is that this was not originally supposed to roll out for the class of 2030. They bumped it up. So now we're looking at changes for freshmen that are entering our high schools this coming fall, and we just got this information. So we're now having to scramble to think through the implications of these changes when we have made significant changes to the way we do business because of how the system was created earlier. When I was an accountability consultant, I always said, understand the game, do what's best for the student. And more and more and more, you can't do both. And that is upsetting. It is absurd to me, absurd, that qualifying for an AP or IB passed exam doesn't count fully for college readiness. There is not a better college-ready program out there than advanced placement or international baccalaureate. That is the definition of getting a kid college ready. So are we measuring college readiness, or are we measuring getting college credit? Those are two different things. Now, granted, most of our students who get those AP and dual credit courses are also going to meet TSI. They're going to end up in the advanced post-secondary. But I cannot get over the fact that you're saying that one of the best college preparatory programs out there is foundational. It's college ready, not receiving college credit. All right, I'm off.
Thank you. Ms. Sells?
I just have a question. How many early graduates do we have? When you talk about the 51%, what number are we talking about? And you can give it to us later in board notes.
Yes, I'll send it in board notes. I know that I don't want to say the wrong number off the top of my head, but I would have the number because I calculated the percent. So yes, I will get it to you in board notes.
And I mean, we could change that with policy. What are other districts doing? And have they even realized that that's happening?
I will say other districts don't quite have the volume of early graduates that we have because of our accelerated block. Students are able to finish certain credits in that winter semester, and so we're able to graduate a lot more. Okay. Some of them have them graduate in 3 years, but really we have the bulk of ours in winter after that first fall semester.
I'd be really interested to see that number. And I kind of concur with, we're looking over here at each other because I was like, they just instead of seeing student success and celebrating student success, they just moved the goalpost.
Well, and I would be remiss if I didn't say this, the other thing, unless something has changed, so correct me, we don't even know what the target is for each of these plans. I don't know how they're going to scale the score. Is 60% being foundational in A? Is it 60-20-10? We have no clue how TEA is, what the expectation is, other than they're now tiering it.
I wish we could bottle what this board does, which is doing what's best for student success. And seeing that as the goal, not just checking a box, not just hitting a number, not just passing a line drawn in the sand that the sand keeps shifting and all that. And it's just still frustrating. Every year we've said it's going to get better, and I'm at the point I can't say that anymore. So once again, something else to talk to Austin about. So
I do think that it's important to recognize that we had many community leaders in the room tonight, and I call on every community leader in this community to raise a concern about the system. The system is not good for kids. The system only further fosters gaps between student groups. A board like this board has shown what it means to model setting up your own local system and measuring that. And by every measure of what we locally value, students are being successful. The community has got to say the madness has got to stop. The goalposts have got to stop moving for our children. It is unacceptable to measure our schools in this way. I call on, I implore every leader in our community to say that what is happening with the state accountability system is not okay.
Thank you, Dr. Rapp. And Ms. Gall, I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge your support team out there sitting there in the audience. So thanks for being here today, ladies and gentlemen, if I'm missing one. So, hi, Mary. Okay, all right, now we're going to move on to the district improvement plan and long-range plan update with Dr. Miller.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Rapp, for setting that up. That we are now going to talk about the measures that we value here in this district and how we want to monitor and measure them over time. So I'm happy to provide the district improvement plan update, the last one for this year, and I would be remiss if I did not celebrate and say this is the closing out update for our old long-range plan. We'll be moving forward with our new Imagine 2030, moving on out. So you'll see a few changes as we go through. I'll point some things out because they'll look a little different as we move forward. This again is a reminder about the DIP, and it's made up of our long-range plan goals. Something to notice on here, if you note that usually I give an update at the end of the year of how the district signals out and how the campus signals out. Because of the transition over to the new long-range plan and the timing, we are actually in scorecard check-ins now, and so we didn't have enough time for campuses to signal out for me to report out to y'all, included on your little chart thing. They're signaling out now, but also reflecting on the new measures that will impact them. So we will see those as we go through. So I'm not really going to provide an update on student learning because you just got an update on student learning. So all of this is very relevant to what they did say, but I do want to point you to the scorecard measures. And you will see on that, we also signaled out some things if we're closing them out. It may actually not be a measure. Some measures we will continue to collect and to monitor. It's just not included on our new long-range plan scorecard. And other items, we've kind of shifted our performance objectives so that measure is no longer applicable. So you will see that closeout means that. I tried to, some places where it changed to kind of show what the new focus is for the new long-range plan. Okay, so we'll just go into student learning then. This past 9 weeks, we have been really working to support the student experience through attendance. We did so great on attendance this year. All those efforts and all the things that campuses have been doing, as well as our truancy and working with the judge, have really paid off for us. And then we also started behavior PLCs, like how we do academic PLCs, of doing behavior as well, and really supporting, collaborating with campuses to support in the classroom our learners and our campuses. So you'll see those measures there. Most of the student experience measures are staying the same, and we're carrying them over to our new plan. We'll still continue with student surveys as well as parent surveys. One of the adjustments is on 2.5, we were really working to provide support for people and train them on safe and civil and restorative practice. In our Imagine 2030, if you remember the scores, we're now looking for implementation of that in the classroom. So you've learned a lot. We've done a lot. Same thing with One Vision framework for student learning. We've learned a lot about that. Now we're looking for how is that being implemented in the classroom. We will do that through walks and how we collect data on that. So that is a big change, why that 2.5 has a lot of closed out, because we're shifting. Now we're looking at that. And then another focus in our new long-range plan is on intentional development of student leaders. And so we'll start that at the high school level and move on. So those are a little different. For for resource stewardship, which is now going to be a strategic investment, we, of course, most of these conversations, you are in part of all these things, but we also, something important to note is we just submitted the new TEA facility report. So, all the things we looked at with our efficiency report, we now had to submit that to the state for the first time. So we did that this last quarter. Continue with bond updates. We had a big bond update in April that we sent out to the community. And then, of course, transition over to Skyward has it a big thing that we have done this last 9 weeks. The one thing that difference in the new long-range plan around strategic investment is the focus on revenue sources and increasing efficiency. That's something we're really going to try to. We started exploring that this last round, but that's something we're really going to look at for the next round. And then we also for 3.3 is our last performance objective for this one. We'll be looking at input and leveraging our community groups and those groups that we can reach out to help them be informed. Okay, then resource stewardship, goal 4 is on staff. And so we have done lots of support and continuous learning and improvement for our staff, lots of different leadership opportunities and growing experiences, starting in the spring and then continuing into the summer for them. And one of the big changes in Goal 4 on our measures, you'll see a couple of them closed out, but Project Rise is a really big initiative that we're using for Goal 4, as well as how we are restructuring our staff survey. We are intentionally wanting to get a feedback loop built in, so we are making lots of decisions on campuses, and we want to make sure that staff has input, so we're going to go through a feedback loop process for that to make sure that they are part of that conversation when staff identify their priorities at the beginning of the year. And then community engagement, we finished out this year with lots of updates on things to our staff and to our community, as well as several different outreach opportunities for new groups and stakeholders that we typically have not done in the past. So that is really showing great opportunities for people to get involved, and they are excited about that. So, and then those measures, we are going to structure a little bit differently the newsletters and engagement messages that we're doing, as well as the staff survey process for that. So just to close out this long-range plan, there are a couple of things I wanted to show. Just remember, these are measures over 3 years. So what that looks like for us of meeting the majority of them or making progress in then if we didn't meet them, and then several things we'll want to stay the course, a few things we want to do a minor or major change, and then the closeouts. There are several, and we close out. When Dr. Fitch and I are doing scorecard check-ins, we were saying, well, we learned a lot over the last last 3 years. And so some things we know differently now. Either we've made lots of progress and we have a new thing to measure, or we just have a different way that we'd like to do that to get the information we need. I had to put in some highlights for the last 3 years of long-range plan. It's a big celebration, and we'll actually do that at our feeder pattern pep rallies. They're celebrating. We're all rowing in the same direction the last 3 years. We made great gains on things, so celebrating that. And then moving forward, we have Imagine 2030, which y'all have approved that, so you know those measures that we'll be having those conversations with moving forward. The timeline, we are working on what will DIP strategies look like moving into this next round. You will see those in August. And then the cadence of reporting will be similar to what we've done in the past. So you'll get reports out over the year on progress on our scorecard. With that,
All right.
take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Miller. Does anyone have any questions? Dr. Berger.
Stop laughing at me. It's more of a comment and a recommendation. I do really, and I think I've said this before, but I do really appreciate the move from inputs to outcomes. And we had talked about, I think before, about how as you start engaging in this kind of process, you start off with the inputs because that's what you can control the most, and then you move into what does that look like on an outcome and start measuring that. And the best way to do that is to see it in action. You have to inspect what you expect, right? So walkthroughs is the #1 way that you can see those outcomes actually entering into the classroom. And I wanted to commend you on, you said, there are some of those items that are no longer on the scorecard, but you're still collecting data around. I would say, especially for those critical inputs to those outcomes, it's important to keep collecting that data, because if the outcome data doesn't show the way you want it to show, you want to be able to connect that through line. Was it a mismatch in the inputs, or was it something else? So that's all I have.
Okay, fantastic. All right, we will move on then. Now we're going to go to discussion items. The Q1 demographic update, Mr. Skelton.
Okay, well, thank you so much for the opportunity to present our spring 2026 mobility and housing report. I will go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Rocky Gardner.
He's looking for a clicker.
Oh, I just realized that I have it. Or here's one. One is on its way. Thank you.
I guess? No, there we go. It's a pleasure to be back in Lewisville. I feel like it's been a long time. It's definitely been since 2026, I guess. So I'm going to move pretty briskly through this. We're calling this mobility and housing because right now mobility is the big challenge right now with school districts. We've got so much school of choice going on that we wanted to explore it a little deeper. National economic conditions kind of remain the same. I mean, we haven't changed a lot. Your unemployment rates are starting to tick up just a little bit. We're starting to see some changes there. And the housing market generally in the country has stagnated. And so we've even seen some declines. We've seen the job market, just a slight increase. If you look at what the BLS puts out for their employment numbers, the growth that we've seen in Dallas-Fort Worth is within the margin of error. So it's so small that we can just basically say it's been flat. So mobility is what we want to talk about. First, I just want to show a picture of Lewisville, the density of Lewisville, and I can tell you that from years of working in Lewisville, this looks like it's filling in more and more until recently, right? We got, roughly 13% of your student population resides within Carrollton, which I think is an area that really grew over time. I think that wasn't there, that's filled in. And then, of course, you've got the Flower Mound portion, the Lewisville portion, the Colony portion. So lots of density there. What we're looking at now is trying to understand what's changed in student mobility. It started with COVID. When COVID hit, we had to go home. The students had to go home, the parents had to go home, everybody went home, so we had to learn a new thing. So at this point, we're trying to figure out how people can work from home. Schools had to figure out how they can teach their kids at home. So then technology improved. So then when technology improved, it got easier and easier And it gave parents an opportunity that they could go anywhere they want with their kids and do their work, and their kids could learn. And then, of course, recently we've had some geopolitical things. I mean, the state declined by 79,000 students last year in total enrollment. 60,000 of that was Hispanic. That's a political thing that happened as well, that we don't know if those students are maybe still here and are going to come back, or if they've actually left. And that's kind of the challenges we're looking at. So lots of different mobility points. Now, population growth has continued to be strong in Texas. We're still one of the fastest growing states in the union. This chart here, I think, tells a lot. If you look at the chart, what I want to focus on is that green line at the end where it shows how much we grew as a state, 391,000 persons. And if you look at that same year, how much we grew as a state in public education, negative 79,000. That's what's been happening, and that's what we're seeing school of choice begin to emerge when we started seeing this shift. And the shift came gradually. It kind of popped back for a minute right after COVID, but in growth, but then it kind of leveled off. When we thought it would continue to grow, it began to shift. We're looking at enrollment right now, the pre-pandemic change. The green bars represent where we saw positive change within a region, and then the orange bars were negative. Now, most of those regions, if you look close there, with the exception of Dallas and Austin, might be a bit of a surprise there that those regions grew. But upon further investigation, especially as we moved from 22 to 23, where San Antonio dropped off that list, what we began to see is that most of the growth in Huntsville, you can see they grew 5,000, 2,500 of that was their virtual program. Hallsville's the big one. Hallsville's virtual program has grown 15,000 students in the last 3 years, and their net growth is 2,400. So without that virtual program, they would not have grown in Hallsville. We saw a similar thing out in Roscoe, which is kind of down in Region 14 in Abilene, and then, of course, in the Midland, Odessa area as well. Strong virtual programs. Dallas and Austin, those two regions grew because of exponential housing growth that continued to impact. So we're still seeing strong housing impact, just enough to keep them growing. I'm talking kind of fast, so slow me down if you need to, but I'm trying to keep moving here. All right, so virtual online enrollment, you can see that it has grown 15,000 students each the last two years. This may be impacting student enrollment in Texas as much as what we thought homeschooling was. It's really been a shift. A lot going on here because we're talking about open enrollment charter numbers now. I'm going to talk about charters. Although charter schools continue to grow, their share of the growth has declined significantly too. And you can see that the largest locations of charters, again, they're in Houston, San Antonio, they're down the valley. That's where we're seeing a lot of charter campuses pop up. And you can see the chart here that charter schools now represent about 8% of the total enrollment, because charter schools are part of your TEA enrollment. Now, 2 years ago, they were 6%, but if you think about what 2% means, that's a significant number of charter campuses. So then we jump into just looking at what's been going on in Lewisville. So these are TEA transfer reports. So this comes directly from the TEA, and you can see that last year that the purple are the students that live outside your district but come into Lewisville to go to school, and then that other color, I don't know what color to call that. Well, the bluish color. The bluish color you can see there, those are students that live in Lewisville but go outside of Lewisville for school. So you can see that your outgoing students decrease slightly and your incoming increase slightly. So that was a good sign for Lewisville. Keep in mind too, anyone that's looking at this for the first time, this doesn't mean in 1 year. Some of those students never were in Lewisville ISD, or they never came to Lewisville ISD. Now, if we look at where those transfers are coming in from, you can see there that we had a jump at Carrollton Farmers Branch. I think we had a pretty good jump there at, so one other school that I thought we saw a pretty good jump at. Of course, your overall districts. The reason it says overall districts is because that combines all the districts where you might be getting 1 or 2 students from each one. And this is your out of district or out data. These are students that transfer in. Look at your Hallsville numbers. You know, you've got about 200 students that are in virtual programs, that attend virtual programs. Of course, your charter schools led by Texas College Prep. Private school enrollment, there's about 26 private schools in Lewisville. This is kind of start talking about when we start talking about the voucher programs and where things might be happening. Of course, you've got 7 or 8, more like 10 charter schools. Keep in mind, though, a lot of students go to charter schools that aren't even in Lewisville ISD either, so they're not all going in Lewisville ISD. Newcomer leavers, this is something that might be new to some of you as well. We've been with Lewisville probably over 10 years now, so we keep student data that we get each year, and from one year to the next, we can look at the student ID. And if that student ID is in the system one year, not in the system the next year, then we call that student a leaver, unless they're a 12th grader. We want them all to leave. Now, if you're a newcomer, that means that the student ID was not in the system last year, it's in the system this year. And for that, we use 1st through 12th grade. We don't count kindergartners as newcomers. So this is a year-over-year thing. So what we're saying there is, like, we had 4,000 newcomers, that's the purple, and then about 40, I can hardly read that now, 4,500 leavers. So in this case, you had more leavers this year than last year, and fewer newcomers. So it's kind of the flip of the TEA transfer report. But again, keep in mind the TEA transfer report is not 1 year. It's, you know, those students may never have been in the district. So we have seen a little tick there in leavers. And again, this could be students, they're going to charter, they're going to virtual, and quite a few are going to homeschooling as well. We took the leaver file, those 4,500 leavers, and we hired a group that we've heard of Dadiant's IQ, not sure if you've had, but we hired a group that can track devices, believe it or not. So what they do is they look at where that leaver, all they have is an address. So they look at the devices that were at that address last year and look for that same address this year and where that's located. Or not that same address, that same device. Okay, so they can follow a device. Anytime you kind of flip on your phone to scan something, you've basically given permission for that to happen. And so we can then see how many of these students have actually stayed in the district. In the case of Lewisville, is about 35% are still in your district. So they've left, but they're still in the district. Maybe they're attending charter, maybe they're attending a virtual school, or possibly homeschooling. And those are the kind of things we can dig into more as the year goes by. We're going to learn more and more. There's a chart there that gives you an idea of what schools had the most leavers, what area of the district they had. You can see there that the Rockbrook Elementary had the most leavers, followed by Lewisville Harmon. So now I'm going to jump into single family. This is going to be a lot smaller part, so don't worry, I'm almost done. Because mobility is the real story now. It's not housing anymore in Lewisville. It's not housing anymore in Dallas-Fort Worth to some extent. We have seen a big slowdown in Dallas-Fort Worth and in the state. You can see that starts have now dropped for 4 consecutive quarters. So for over a year, starts have dropped in Dallas-Fort Worth. Closings have kind of plateaued, and that's because they had so much inventory built up. So they're now working off a lot of closings, but because these starts are dropping off so much, eventually these closings are going to start seeing a sharp decline as well. If we, the backdrop, if you look at interest rates, that's kind of been the talk. We kind of got about a year, but just before Christmas, they got down below 6%. Everyone got kind of excited, and then that didn't last long, and now we're back looking at probably not the drops that we expected to see coming into the summer. So when I was talking last fall, I was like, okay, this could mean a good summer, and not that it's going to be a bad summer, it just means that it's not going to be a great interest rate summer. But in Lewisville, right now, we're closing about just right at 300 homes. Again, when I started working with Lewisville, I think you were number 3 on this chart, number 3. That's why we're talking more about mobility than about housing. We're closing this. We started just 46 homes. You can see there, and see how many we closed? 14. That's the smallest closing quarter we've ever seen. That's really small. Now, so kind of gets back to Lewisville's not going to grow from housing. You know, we're at a point now where even a lot of the product that's being built is not necessarily conducive for families. It's a lot of garden-style homes, a lot of homes that just aren't going to have very high yields. And we're seeing some apartments. We're working off inventory, and then the fact remains that there's only about 2,000, 2,500 lots still even to be built on that we know about. So it's going to be kind of a slow go for Lewisville. We do have a couple, you can see here, we do have active developments. There's a lot of active developments there, 34, but to be active, you only have to start one home, okay, or close a home. The top 5 here, you can look at that as well. But what I want you to focus on is you can see on some of these, there's no inventory. There's no future lots. They just have the VDL there, and right now they're not starting homes. Futures, we have some futures. There's going to be a few futures, but none of these are real large. And I can tell you that we're not getting high yields out of the product that's being built right now in Lewisville. Multifamily, we've got a couple apartments being built, and we do have some futures out there, about 7,000 futures. Multifamily's struggling a little bit though. The vacancy rates are up, so we're not seeing they like to be over 90%, well over 90%. We've seen some drop below that now, so it's not a real healthy apartment market. I'm going to jump into the forecast. This is very similar to what you've seen before. I'm showing a decline next year of about 1,000 students. Keep in mind the difference between your exiting class and your entering class is about 1,000 students. So really what we're showing is pretty flat growth. Even if we can close 300 homes, we're not going to see a lot of growth from that. It could actually maybe dip a little bit. So that trend is going to go forward until this 2,800 student kindergarten class becomes a 2,800 student 12th grade class, and things can kind of plateau a little bit. That's going to be quite some time. So I think 41,000, 41.5 would be a great number to kind of settle in. If we could stay at about 2,800 kindergarten students, that'd be great. I've got campus numbers here. Your campuses are in pretty good shape from a capacity perspective. We're okay there with some of the changes that have been made recently. And it looks the same in middle school and high school. So your campuses are now looking pretty good. They're at a good spot. I also, though, kept this low forecast in here because this is where the charter, the virtual, the unknown voucher becomes a challenge that we certainly don't want to. I think that 44.7 is I don't know. Let's just say I'm leaning between the mid and the low as between the mid and the high. The high is there because it balances the chart, but I don't think we have to look that direction. So I really think if we can settle in right around 45,000, that might be something that we're looking at. Now these charts have really little numbers on them, and you guys might have seen the waves of charters, kind of have an idea of what's going on in your own district, because this is data that's been released. I think I just wanted to point out that we've got we're tracking this data. It's going to be hard to really use it until we begin to see it, for forecasting. That's why we're kind of building these high-low scenarios. I think that you've seen, look at that, that's small, isn't it? I think about 2%, so that of the 24-25 enrollment, what we're seeing here is you had about 30, we had about, applications were about 35% of that enrollment, and I think acceptance, the last I saw, was like 1.6%. There's probably been another wave since then. So right now, that would mean that your district could see about a 2% drop or less if all those are accepted, and that's kind of where it's settling right now. Again, transfer information, that's what we got to keep an eye on. I think your enrollment's settling in right at that 42,000. I mean, 44,500. That's I don't know if we're going to get back to that or not. It's just going to settle in. It's just going to be that what we've seen, one thing I've looked at in Lewisville year over year is we have positive cohorts, like first to second, second to third, which in a positive cohort would be a cohort over 1. So if you have 500 first graders and that becomes 502 second grade, that's a positive cohort. What that shows is even though kindergarten might be declining, once they're here, they stay. So we got to capture that group as they come in. You're going to have some hiccups through there. Your 6th grade or 7th grade, you might get some students back from charters or back from parents that are tired of doing that thing, maybe. And then, of course, I think virtual programs are becoming somewhat attractive to secondary level. I think it's for students that don't have a lot of extracurriculars going on and they just want to get through school, they're taking that option. That's political, Rocky. That might not be right. That's my story, though. And
Thank you,
sorry
Rocky.
no one was here to hear it.
Okay, Ms. Dixon.
So I just wanted to talk to you a little bit. I am from Lewisville, and we came out of Rockbrook, and I have 2 kids. Well, one is in college now. And for my youngest son, we chose the virtual option. And you talked about COVID. One of the reasons that we chose it around COVID was because it gave a lot of us an opportunity to try it, because we didn't have a choice. So we wanted to stay in LISD, but at the time, I don't think that we got the money from the state that we would have needed to pull it off. And so we ended up with an organization based out of HISD, Houston. I would be interested to see the numbers, though, for when kids are entering versus when they're leaving, because we did middle school. I felt like we couldn't pull off high school, and my son didn't want to pull it off, so he came back to brick and mortar. You mentioned families coming back from charter. Data shows that they do. They come back from charter and they come back from private schools. So that's just a little bit of insight for you.
Yeah, thank you.
Dr. Taylor.
I will just have to say, this is one of my favorite reports because, I love talking about projections and the future and all that. I'm like giddy when you step up to the mic, which is my own weird whatever. I did want to ask a question. Some of the slides you were going through, I didn't see in my presentation. There were a couple of extra slides, and I just wanted to know if I could get the full report.
Yes, we will share he had additional slides for the presentation this evening, so we'll share that
Please.
with y'all, not a problem.
Because I was very interested in, maybe it was the top schools that had the levers or whatever, because it seemed like it could give you some insight to do some type of targeting or figure out what's going on there. So I was very interested in that. You had mentioned that you had been with LISD in this capacity for 10 years, and I think I've been here 4. I wanted to know, did we predict where we are on enrollment right now back, 6 years prior or whatever? And with those projections, I'm assuming there was some effect from COVID and maybe virtual options. Just wanted you to speak a little bit about that.
I'd love to say that we did, but we did not see this coming.
Okay,
So
got
6 to 8 years ago, I'm sure that you might be able to find a report where we were forecasting close to 50,000 students in Lewisville. And we typically try to be within 1% for the next year, that's my target. But I can tell you it's getting harder. But we did not 6 years ago see this virtual programs and, the homeschool. I think homeschooling's real, and homeschooling's hard for us because they don't have a lot of records for it. It's hard to get.
Okay. Thank you, Rocky.
Thanks, guys. Have a
Thank
nice
you
summer.
also for bringing Mr. Kosh with you.
Hey.
We like to see him
You
now
guys trained him up for me. That's awesome.
in
dude.
his
Thank you.
retirement.
I hope he found this meeting informative.
So too.
Okay, moving on. Mr. Rare, you've got the monthly financial report, including the bond report, land sale report, and the monthly investment summary.
All right, good evening. The monthly financial reports begin on page 279 of your board book. I wanted to highlight a few items tonight. The first one is on the budget revenue and expenditure summary. Through April, we received 96% of our revenue, and we're currently tracking at 65% of our payroll, which is about 2% under where we would anticipate. And so that helps explain, as we discussed last week in the work session, while we're currently tracking to be under budget and have a surplus for this year. And then one of the last items is on the 2024 bond summary. We've earned $7.5 million of interest to date on the $101 million bond sale proceeds. And we're currently looking at an available balance of $17 million for that bond. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Anyone have questions? Okay. And Gosh, I'm used to you having more stuff, Mr. Rear. All right, next item is action items, part 2. First, we're going to consider approval of resolution and contract to sell plus or minus 18.3296 acres of declared surplus property located on Quail Run Road in the town of Flower Mound. Dr. Rapp.
Yes, Madam President, members of the board, you all passed a resolution on March 9th of 2026 declaring this property as surplus, depending on the direction from the board this evening as a result of this, on the outcome of this item. I will take the next steps as necessary, depending on the outcome.
All right, great. Would someone like to make a motion? Ms. Sells.
I move that the board approve the resolution and the real estate sales contract between Lewisville Independent School District and buyer of the 18.3296 acres, more or less, of declared surplus property located on Quail Run Road in the town of Flower Mound, all of which has been declared surplus property, and authorize the superintendent or her designee to negotiate, finalize, and execute the real estate sales contract and all documents necessary to consummate the sale, and authorize the board president or her designee to sign the deed at closing.
Do I have a second? Dr. Taylor. Is there any discussion? Okay. All those in favor? So that's 6. All those opposed? Okay, Ms. Prosnick is opposed. Okay, motion carries. All right, number 2, consider approval of resolution to negotiate and prepare agreements for the lease or sale of B.B. Owen Elementary School, Polser Elementary School, and Creekside Elementary School. Dr. Rapp.
All right, Madam President, you all passed a resolution on August 11th, 2025, declaring these sites as surplus property. The district issued a request for bids and leases, which included these sites. So if this item is approved tonight, we'll go forward and seek negotiation with the selected group, and then that would ultimately result in bringing an agreement back for you all for approval. Again, I will follow the direction of the board at the results of the outcome of this.
Thank you. Do I have a motion? Ms. Lopez.
I move that the board approve the resolution to negotiate and prepare agreements for the lease or sale of B.B. Owen Elementary School, Polser Elementary School, and Creekside Elementary School, all of which have been declared surplus property, and authorize the superintendent or her designee to negotiate the terms and conditions of lease agreements for the property and other documents reasonably necessary to lease the property, subject to final review and approval by the board at a future meeting.
Do I have a second? Ms. Prosnick. Is there any discussion? All right, all those in favor? Would you like to discuss? No, we can discuss. Okay, all those in favor? Okay, motion carries 7-0. All right, consider approval of the LEF Memorandum of Understanding. Dr. Rapp.
Madam President, members of the board, at the work session, Bill Lee came before you regarding the LEF MOU. You have before you the version that was passed by the LEF board. I will again follow the direction of the board as a result of the outcome of this item.
Would someone like to make a motion? Dr. Taylor.
Madam President, I move that the board approve the LEF Lewisville Education Foundation Memorandum of Understanding.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Thank you, Ms. Dixon. Do we have any discussion? Okay. All those in favor? Okay, motion carries 7-0. All right, consider granting superintendent authority to hire principals and other contractual personnel in salary schedules AP 69 and above until the next regularly scheduled board meeting. Mrs. Cobb.
Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Rapp. It is that time of year that we look at the superintendent authority to hire for the summer, as is customary. This is our last board meeting for this 25-26 school year, not having a board meeting in July, we do look to hire potentially positions in pay grades AP 69 and above, including principals, and we request that the superintendent be given authority to hire in those positions.
Okay. Thank you. Would someone like to make a motion? Dr. Barker.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the board grant authority to the superintendent to hire principals and contractual personnel in AP 69 or 690, I'm sorry. 69.
690.
690.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. And above from June 9th, 2026 through August 9th, 2026.
Okay, do I have a second? Dr. Taylor. Do I have any discussion?
I have a question. Ms. Cobb indicated that you know of positions that will be hired for. I will tell you, I was not familiar that we had any open principals positions.
We do not. I misspoke in case we have.
In
some.
case we do, okay.
I
Thank you.
apologize.
Okay.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Okay, motion carries 7-0. Next is consider appeal of resolution regarding renewal of armed safety and security personnel. Mr. Skelton.
Thank you, sorry. I'd like to consider the approval of the resolution regarding renewal of armed safety and security personnel.
I'll add on, Mr. Skelton, thank you. So, as you all know, Board, in accordance with House Bill 3, passed in the 88th legislative session, we created a robust guardian program, but in accordance with the 89th legislative session, you're required to renew the good cause exception for that guardian program, which is really interesting. I don't know of a different word, because we require more training than what is required, the minimum training by law. So under the supervision of Mr. Garrett, because we require more training, we seek this exception for that program. So.
All right, thank you. Would someone like to make a motion? Ms. Sells.
I move that the board approve the continuation of the LISD Guardians Program to provide an armed presence on campuses where a school resource officer is not assigned during the school day.
Do I have a second? Ms. Prosnick. Any discussion? Ms. Prosnick.
Mr. Garrett, I'm going to call you up to the podium. Could you please say what the legislature requires and what we require as far as training?
For the Guardian program, the state requires a 16-hour course at the bare minimum for the state. LISD provides over 100 hours of training for those, and that's annual.
And you also do ongoing training, is that correct?
It's annual training. We will begin our training at Gardner Ridge Elementary School July 17th for about 3 weeks. And then we will do it throughout whenever we have an empty school or training with professional development, we'll be doing range work and other training to be determined.
I will say I think you have set the gold standard for guardian programs in the state of Texas, and I appreciate the work.
Thank you, and I appreciate that
Also
work.
highly underfunded.
Thank you.
I agree with that gold standard comment, absolutely. Okay, any other discussion? Okay, let's take a vote. All those in favor? Okay, motion carries 7-0. Okay, we will now convene into closed session as authorized by Texas Government Code Section 551, specifically 551.071, 074, and 0821. The time is 9:58 p.m. We are back on the record in open session, having returned from closed session. The time is 10:51 p.m. We're going to consider action on items discussed in closed session. Would someone like to make a motion? Ms. Lopez.
I move that the board deny the grievance, but direct the superintendent to review the placement at the end of the fall semester.
All right, do I have a second? Dr. Barker? Do we have any discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Motion passes 7-0. If there is no further business, this meeting is adjourned. The time is 10:51 p.m. Happy summer, everybody.